Hello, horror lovers. Welcome to our channel. If you enjoy that spine-chilling sensation before going to sleep, you're in the right place. Before we begin, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. This is really important to me. Like the video, and don't forget to comment which city you're watching from. Leave your comment now because you'll probably fall asleep after this story. Your support helps us keep bringing the best horror stories. Now, turn off the lights, lie down, and get ready for a night of nightmares. The clock on my nightstand blinked 3:33 a.m. as I jolted awake, my heart pounding against my ribs like a caged animal. Sweat plastered my pajamas to my skin, and the taste of copper lingered on my tongue. This wasn't an ordinary nightmare. What the hell just happened? I whispered into the darkness of my cramped Seattle apartment. As my eyes adjusted, shadows seemed to writhe in the corners of my room. I shook my head, trying to clear the cobwebs of sleep, but the unsettling feeling persisted. Something was different. Something had changed. I fumbled for my phone, squinting at the harsh light of the screen. No messages, no missed calls. Just another ordinary night for Lily Anderson, psychology student extraordinaire. So why did I feel like I'd just run a marathon through hell? Fragments of the dream, if you could call it that, flashed through my mind. Impossible geometries, colors that shouldn't exist, and fear. Oh God, the fear. Get a grip, Lily, I muttered, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. It was just a dream. But even as the words left my mouth, I knew they were a lie. The residual terror clinging to my psyche wasn't my own. Somehow, impossibly, I had experienced someone else's nightmare. I padded to the bathroom, flinching as my bare feet touched the cold tile. The face staring back at me from the mirror looked haunted. Dark circles under bloodshot eyes, skin pale as a corpse. As I leaned closer, examining the stranger wearing my face, a flicker of movement caught my eye. For just a moment, a second reflection superimposed itself over mine. A woman, older, with long dark hair and eyes wide with terror. Help me. Her lips seemed to form, before the image vanished. I stumbled backward, my hips slamming into the sink. This isn't real, I said, my voice shaking. This can't be real. But the bruises blooming on my arms told a different story. Finger marks, as if someone had gripped me in desperation. The same desperate grip I'd felt in the dream. Back in my bedroom, I paced, my mind racing. Okay, Lily, think. You're a psych student. There has to be a rational explanation. My textbooks offered no answers. Shared dreaming? Astral projection? All dismissed as pseudoscience. But I knew what I'd experienced. The visceral terror, the sense of intrusion into someone else's psyche. It was all too real. A sharp knock at my door nearly stopped my heart. Lily, you okay in there? It was my neighbor, Mrs. Cranston. I heard noises. Sounded like you were having a bad dream. I opened the door, forcing a smile. I'm fine, Mrs. Cranston. Just a nightmare. Sorry if I woke you. She peered at me, concern etched on her wrinkled face. You sure, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost. Really? I'm okay. Thanks for checking. As I closed the door, Mrs. Cranston's parting words sent a chill down my spine. Be careful with dreams, Lily. Sometimes they're more than just dreams. I leaned against the door, my mind reeling. How could she know? Was I going crazy, or was there something more to this? The rest of the night passed in a haze of frantic research and paranoid glances at every shadow. By the time dawn broke, my eyes were gritty from lack of sleep, and my notebook was filled with scribbled theories and questions. As I got ready for class, moving on autopilot, a sense of dread settled over me like a shroud. Whatever had happened last night, whatever ability I had stumbled into, I knew instinctively that my life would never. In the harsh light of day, doubt began to creep in. Had it really happened? Or was my overworked brain simply conjuring elaborate fantasies? Those questions evaporated the moment I walked into my advanced psychopathology lecture. There, sitting 3 rows down, was the woman from my dream. From the mirror. Our eyes met, and I saw the same shock and recognition reflected back at me. "You," she mouthed, her face draining of color. I felt the room spin as the implications hit me. This was real. All of it was real. As I sank into my seat, my legs trembling, one thought echoed through my mind. I, Lily Anderson, could enter other people's dreams. And I had no idea what to do with this terrifying discovery. The professor's voice faded to a dull murmur as I stared at the back of the woman's head. What horrors had I witnessed in her subconscious? What nightmares had we shared? And most chillingly, what had followed me back? A movement in my peripheral vision made me turn. There, just for a second, I could have sworn I saw a writhing mass of shadows with too many eyes. When I blinked, it was gone. But the sense of being watched, of something malevolent lurking just out of sight, remained. I gripped my pen so hard my knuckles turned white. Whatever journey I had unknowingly embarked upon, I realized with growing dread that there was no turning back. The door to the dream world had been opened, and I had a sinking feeling that something unspeakable had slipped through with me. The soft glow of my laptop screen illuminated my face in the darkness of my room. It was 2 a.m., and I, Lily Anderson, was deep in a rabbit hole of research on dream walking, astral projection, and shared consciousness. My eyes burned from exhaustion, but sleep was the last thing on my mind. "This is insane," I muttered, rubbing my temples. "I'm losing my mind." But the memory of that first shared dream, the terror in that woman's eyes, the lingering sense of something following me back, it was all too vivid to dismiss. A notification popped up on my screen, an email from an encrypted address. "You're not crazy. Meet me at Café Noir tomorrow 3 p.m. Come alone. D." My heart raced. Who was D? How did they know? Part of me wanted to ignore it, to pretend none of this was happening. But a larger part, the part that had always been drawn to the mysteries of the mind, couldn't resist. The next day, I found myself sitting in a corner booth at Café Noir, my hands wrapped around a mug of coffee I was too nervous to drink. The bell above the door chimed, and I looked up to see an elderly man with piercing blue eyes scanning the cafe. His gaze locked onto mine, and he made his way over. "Lily," he said, sliding into the booth across from me. It wasn't a question. "Are you D?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He nodded, a sad smile playing on his lips. "Daniel, I'm like you. Or rather, I was." "What do you mean, was?" Daniel sighed, his eyes taking on a faraway look. "The gift, or curse, depending on how you view it, fades with time. But I remember what it was like in the beginning. The exhilaration, the fear, the addictive pull of it all." I leaned forward, my coffee forgotten. "So it's real? I can really enter other people's dreams?" "Oh, it's real, all right," Daniel said, his voice grave. "And more dangerous than you can imagine." A chill ran down my spine. "Dangerous how?" Daniel glanced around the cafe before continuing in a low voice. "The dream world isn't just a product of our minds, Lily. It's a place, a realm that exists alongside our own, separated by a veil that most can never pierce. But you and I, we're the exceptions." I shook my head, trying to process this information. "But why? Why us?" "That I don't know," Daniel admitted. "But I do know this. Where we can go, others can follow. Things that were never meant to cross over into our world." The memory of writhing shadows and too many eyes flashed through my mind. I think I've seen something," I whispered. Daniel's face paled. "Then it's already begun. Listen to me, Lily. You need to stop. Now. Before it's too late." But even as he said the words, I felt a familiar pull. The cafe seemed to blur around the edges, sounds becoming muffled. Daniel's voice came as if from a great distance. "Lily? Lily, stay with me." But I was already falling, tumbling into someone else's dream. The world shifted, reformed. I found myself in a vast library, shelves stretching impossibly high, and there, among the stacks, a figure hunched over a book. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing strangely. The figure turned and I gasped. It was my psychology professor, Dr. Marlowe, but his eyes, they were pitch black, no whites visible. "Ah, Lily," he said, his voice layered with others. "We've been expecting you." I took a step back, my heart pounding. "We? What do you mean, we?" Dr. Marlowe's face split into an impossibly wide grin. "The gatekeepers, the watchers, the ones who hunger. You've opened a door, little dreamer, and now, we're coming through." I tried to wake up, to pull myself out, but it was like being trapped in quicksand. The library began to warp around me, books flying from shelves, pages swirling in a vortex. "You can't escape," Dr. Marlowe, or whatever was wearing his face, said. "This is only the beginning." With a Herculean effort, I managed to wrench myself free, gasping as I snapped back to reality. I was on the floor of the cafe, Daniel kneeling beside me, his face etched with concern. "What happened?" he asked, helping me to my feet. "Where did you go?" I couldn't stop shaking. I think I just made a terrible mistake. As Daniel helped me back into the booth, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the cafe window. For just a moment, my eyes looked as black as Dr. Marlowe's had in the dream. "I can't stop," I whispered, a mix of terror and exhilaration coursing through me. "God help me, but I don't want to stop." Daniel's grip on my arm tightened. "Then may God help us all," he said gravely. "Because what's coming, it's beyond anything you can imagine." As we sat there, the bustling cafe suddenly felt like the calm before a storm. I had unlocked a gift, a power that defied explanation, but with it came a responsibility and a danger that I was only beginning to understand. The boundary between dreams and reality was crumbling, and I, Lily Anderson, was standing at the epicenter of the collapse. The true nightmare was just beginning. The clock on my nightstand read 11:47 p.m. as I settled into bed, my mind racing with the possibilities of my newfound ability. Despite Daniel's warnings, the pull of the dream world was irresistible. Tonight, I decided, I would intentionally enter someone's dream, someone who needed help. "You can do this, Lily," I whispered to myself, closing my eyes and focusing on the steady rhythm of my breathing. As I felt myself drifting off, I concentrated on the image of James, a fellow student who had mentioned his struggles with recurring nightmares during our last study group. If I could help him, maybe I could prove that this gift wasn't just a curse. The transition was smoother this time, less like falling and more like stepping through an invisible doorway. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a dimly lit corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions. The walls pulsed slightly, as if alive, and a faint whimpering echoed from somewhere ahead. "James?" I called out, my voice sounding muffled in the strange atmosphere. "James, are you here?" The whimpering grew louder as I cautiously made my way down the corridor. The floor beneath my feet felt spongy, and I tried not to think about what it might be made of in this nightmare realm. Suddenly, a figure darted across the hallway ahead of me. "James!" I shouted, breaking into a run. As I rounded the corner, I skidded to a halt. James was huddled in a corner, his eyes wide with terror. But it wasn't James that made my blood run cold. It was the creature looming over him. The thing was a mass of writhing shadows, vaguely humanoid but with too many limbs, too many eyes. It turned its attention to me, and I felt a wave of primal fear wash over me. "You don't belong here, little dreamer," it hissed, its voice like nails on a chalkboard. "This one is ours." I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stand my ground. "No," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. I won't let you have him." The creature laughed, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "And how do you plan to stop us? You're in our realm now." As it spoke, the corridor began to warp and twist. Hands reached out from the walls, grasping at my clothes, my hair. I stumbled backwards, fighting against the rising panic. "James!" I called out, keeping my eyes on the nightmare creature. "James, listen to me. This isn't real. It's just a dream. You can control it. You can wake up." James looked at me, confusion mixing with the fear in his eyes. Who are you? How are you here?" "I'm here to help," I said, taking a step towards him. "But I need you to trust me. This is your mind, your dream. You have the power here, not this thing." The creature snarled, lunging towards me. I braced myself for impact, but instead of pain, I felt a surge of something, energy, power. It coursed through me, and instinctively, I pushed back against the nightmare. To my amazement, the creature recoiled. The corridor stopped its chaotic shifting, steadying beneath our feet. "That's it, James," I encouraged, feeling a glimmer of hope. "Focus on me, on my voice. This is your dream, and you're in control." James slowly got to his feet, his gaze locked on mine. As he did, the nightmare creature began to shrink, its form becoming less substantial. "No," it shrieked, its many eyes blinking in and out of existence. "You can't do this. We've claimed him." But James was standing tall now, a look of determination replacing the fear on his face. "This is my mind," he said, his voice growing stronger with each word. "And I want you out." With a final, ear-piercing wail, the creature dissolved into wisps of shadow that quickly faded away. The corridor brightened, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. James turned to me, a mix of gratitude and confusion on his face. "Thank you," he said. "But who are you? How did you know about my nightmares?" Before I could answer, I felt a tugging sensation. The dream world was starting to fade around me. "I'm a friend," I managed to say, "and you're stronger than you know, James, remember that." I jerked awake in my own bed, gasping for air. My clock now read 3:33 a.m. As the adrenaline of the experience began to fade, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. But beneath the fatigue, there was a sense of exhilaration. I had done it. I had helped someone. But as I lay there, replaying the events in my mind, a nagging doubt began to creep in. The nightmare creature's words echoed in my thoughts. "You don't belong here, little dreamer." What if I had made things worse? What if, in banishing that entity, I had drawn attention to myself, and to James, from something even more sinister? A shadow seemed to move in the corner of my room, and I sat up with a start. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared, leaving me to wonder if it had been there at all. As dawn broke, I found myself unable to shake the feeling that I had crossed a line. I had entered the dream world and emerged victorious. But at what cost? The darkness I had glimpsed, the power I had felt coursing through me. It was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. I, Lily Anderson, had faced my first true nightmare, and deep down, I knew it wouldn't be my last. The question was, how many more could I endure before the darkness claimed me too? The soft glow of my desk lamp cast long shadows across my room as I pored over ancient texts and obscure psychological journals. It had been 3 days since I'd helped James with his nightmare, and sleep had become my enemy. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt something watching, waiting. A sudden chill ran down my spine, and I looked up from my books. There, in the corner of my room, a shadow seemed to move of its own accord. "I'm just tired," I muttered, rubbing my eyes. "It's not real." But the words rang hollow, even to my own ears. I knew, deep in my bones, that something had followed me back from the dream world, something ancient and malevolent. My phone buzzed, making me jump. It was a text from James. "Can we talk? Something's wrong. I keep seeing things." My heart raced as I replied, agreeing to meet him at the 24-hour diner near campus. As I grabbed my jacket, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The neon sign of Joe's Diner buzzed and flickered as I approached. Through the window, I could see James hunched over a cup of coffee, his eyes darting nervously around the nearly empty restaurant. "James," I said, sliding into the booth across from him. "What's going on?" He looked up at me, dark circles under his eyes. "Lily, I don't know if I'm going crazy or what, but ever since that night when you helped me with my nightmare, I've been seeing things. Shadows moving when they shouldn't. Whispers in empty rooms. And the dreams. They're worse now." I felt a knot form in my stomach. "What do you mean, worse?" James leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. "There's something in them. Something that wasn't there before. It's looking for you, Lily." The fluorescent lights overhead flickered, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw a mass of writhing shadows with too many eyes reflected in the window behind James. I blinked, and it was gone. "Tell me exactly what you've seen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. As James described his experiences, my blood ran cold. It was too similar to what I'd been experiencing. Whatever this entity was, it was growing stronger, more present in our world. "I'm so sorry, James," I said when he finished. "This is all my fault. I thought I was helping, but I think I've made things worse." James reached across the table, grasping my hand. "No, Lily. You saved me that night. Whatever this thing is, we'll face it together." As his hand touched mine, the diner around us seemed to blur and shift. The other patrons faded away, leaving us alone in a suddenly vast and empty space. "James," I said, my voice shaking, "I think we're dreaming." A low, rumbling laugh echoed around us, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The shadows in the corners of the diner began to coalesce, forming a towering, amorphous shape. "Clever little dreamers," a voice like grinding stone said. "You've opened a door that should have remained closed, and now you're mine." I stood up, placing myself between James and the entity. "What are you?" I demanded. "What do you want?" The massive shadows rippled, and I caught glimpses of myriad eyes, tentacles, and gaping maws within its form. "I am the nightmare that lurks in the depths of all minds. I am the fear that you've given form, and I want everything." Tendrils of darkness shot out, wrapping around James and pulling him away. I lunged for him, but my hands passed through him as if he were smoke. "Lily!" James cried out, his voice fading as he was dragged into the entity's mass. "Help me!" "No!" I screamed, desperation and anger surging through me. I focused all my will, all my newfound dream-walking power, into a single thought: wake up. I jolted awake back in the booth at Joe's Diner. James was across from me, his eyes wide with terror. Did that just happen?" he asked, his voice trembling. I nodded, my heart still pounding. "It's real, James, all of it, and I think we're in serious trouble." As we sat there trying to process what had just occurred, I noticed something on the window next to our booth. Words, written in what looked disturbingly like blood. "The door is open. I'm coming through." I turned back to James, fear and determination warring within me. "We need help," I said. "This is bigger than us." As we hurried out of the diner, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. The entity had revealed itself, and in doing so, had declared war. I, Lily Anderson, had unknowingly become a soldier in a battle against a nightmare made flesh. The true horror was just beginning, and I feared that the cost of my curiosity, my meddling in forces I didn't understand, would be higher than I could ever have imagined. The entity was here, in our world, and it was hungry. The question now was, could it be stopped before it devoured us all? The incessant ticking of the wall clock echoed through my small apartment, each second feeling like an eternity. I, Lily Anderson, sat hunched over my desk, surrounded by a fortress of coffee cups and crumpled papers. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, but I dared not close them. Not anymore. It had been 2 weeks since the incident at Joe's Diner. 2 weeks since the entity had made its presence known in our waking world. James and I had been desperately searching for answers, for help, for anything that might give us an edge against the nightmare that was slowly consuming our lives. A shadow flickered in my peripheral vision, and I whirled around, my heart racing. Nothing. Just the same empty corner of my room that had been there moments ago. "Get a grip, Lily," I muttered to myself, running a shaky hand through my unkempt hair. "You're just tired. It's not real." But even as the words left my mouth, I knew they were a lie. The haunting was real, all too real, and it was getting worse by the day. My phone buzzed, making me jump. It was a text from James. "Can't sleep. It's here again. Can I come over?" I texted back a quick affirmative, both dreading and welcoming the company. At least together we could reassure ourselves that we weren't going completely insane. 20 minutes later, a soft knock at my door announced James's arrival. I opened it to find him looking as haggard as I felt, dark circles under his bloodshot eyes. "Hey," he said, his voice hoarse. "Thanks for letting me come over." I stepped aside to let him in, quickly scanning the hallway before closing and locking the door. "Anytime. How bad is it tonight?" James slumped onto my worn couch, running his hands over his face. It's getting worse, Lily. I keep seeing things, hearing things, shadows moving when they shouldn't, whispers in empty rooms, and the dreams." He shuddered. "I'm afraid to close my eyes." I sat down next to him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I know. Me too. But we'll figure this out, James. We have to." As if in response to our conversation, the lights in my apartment flickered, casting momentary shadows that seemed to writhe and dance across the walls. James tensed beside me. "Did you see that?" he whispered. I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. "It's toying with us," I said, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "Letting us know it's here." We sat in silence for a moment, both of us scanning the room for any sign of the entity. The ticking of the clock seemed to grow louder, more insistent. Suddenly, James grabbed my arm. "Lily," he said, his voice trembling. "Look at the clock." I turned my gaze to the wall clock, and my blood ran cold. The second hand was moving backward, ticking away time in reverse. That's not possible," I stammered. As we watched in horror, the clock's hands began to spin wildly, faster and faster until they were just a blur. Then, with a sickening crack, the clock fell from the wall, shattering on the floor. In the sudden silence that followed, a low, rumbling laugh echoed through the apartment. "Oh God," James whispered. "It's here." The shadows in the corners of the room began to deepen, to move of their own accord. They flowed across the floor like oily tendrils, converging in the center of the living room. I stood up, pulling James with me. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice sounding strangely calm despite the terror coursing through me. But as we turned towards the door, we found our path blocked. The shadows had coalesced into a vaguely humanoid shape, towering over us. Where its face should have been, there was only a swirling void punctuated by too many eyes. "Going somewhere, little dreamers?" The entity's voice was like gravel being ground underfoot, filling the room and resonating in our very bones. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stand my ground. "What do you want from us?" I demanded, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. The entity's form rippled, and I caught glimpses of monstrous shapes within its shadowy mass. "Want?" It mocked. "I want what all beings want, to grow, to feed, to expand beyond the confines of my realm." "And we're what? Your ticket out?" James asked, his voice shaking. The entity's laughter sent chills down my spine. "Oh, you're so much more than that. You, Lily Anderson, opened a door." And you, James, you're the key to keeping it open. I felt a surge of guilt and anger. I was trying to help, I said through gritted teeth. I didn't know. Of course you didn't know, the entity interrupted. Your kind never does. You meddle in forces beyond your comprehension, and then act surprised when there are consequences. As it spoke, tendrils of shadow began to creep towards us. I could feel the cold emanating from them, a bone-deep chill that spoke of endless nightmares. We won't let you win, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. We'll find a way to stop you. The entity's many eyes blinked in what might have been amusement. Stop me? Oh, little dreamer, I've only just begun. Suddenly, the shadows surged forward, engulfing us. I felt a sensation of falling, of being pulled in 1,000 directions at once. When the world stabilized, we were no longer in my apartment. We stood in a vast, dark landscape. The ground beneath our feet shifted like quicksand, and the sky above was a roiling mass of clouds that occasionally parted to reveal glimpses of impossible cosmic vistas. Welcome, the entity's voice boomed from everywhere and nowhere, to my realm. James grabbed my hand, his grip painfully tight. Lily, he whispered, where are we? I shook my head, trying to make sense of our surroundings. I think we're in the dream world, or at least the entity's version of it. As we watched, the landscape began to change. Buildings rose from the ground, only to crumble and reform in new, impossible configurations. In the distance, I could see figures wandering aimlessly, their forms blurring and shifting as if they were made of smoke. Those are dreamers, I realized aloud. People trapped in nightmares. Correct, the entity's voice said, as it materialized before us once more. My collection, my sustenance, and soon you will join them. I felt a surge of defiance. No, I said firmly, we won't. This is the dream world, and I've learned a thing or two about navigating it. Concentrating hard, I imagined a barrier between us and the entity. To my amazement and relief, a shimmering wall of energy sprang into existence. The entity recoiled, its form rippling with what might have been surprise. Impressive, it grudgingly admitted. But do you really think you can outlast me in my own domain? As if to emphasize its point, the ground beneath us began to tremble. Fissures opened up, revealing glimpses of other nightmares, other trapped dreamers. Lily, James said urgently, we need to wake up, now. I nodded, maintaining my focus on the barrier. You're right. But how? This isn't a normal dream. We can't just pinch ourselves awake. James looked around frantically, then his eyes widened. The dreamers, he said. If we can wake them up, maybe it'll weaken the entity's hold on this place. It was a long shot, but it was the only plan we had. Still maintaining the barrier, I reached out with my mind, trying to connect with the wandering dreamers. Wake up, I shouted, both aloud and in my mind. This isn't real. You're dreaming. For a moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, one of the figures in the distance began to fade. Then another and another. The entity roared in fury, its form becoming less stable as more dreamers awakened. No, it howled. You can't do this. This is my realm. But it was working. As more dreamers woke up, the nightmare landscape began to dissolve around us. The entity's form was unraveling, its many eyes blinking out of existence one by one. With a final earth-shattering shriek, the entity disappeared and the dream world shattered like glass. I jerked awake on my couch, gasping for air. Next to me, James sat up with a start, his eyes wide. Did that really happen? He asked, his voice shaky. I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. I think so, but I don't think it's over. As if to confirm my words, a chill ran through the apartment. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen for a moment before returning to normal. It's still here, James said, his voice barely above a whisper. In our world. I stood up, my legs trembling but my resolve strengthening. Then we fight, I said. We find a way to seal that door for good. James nodded, a glimmer of hope in his tired eyes. Together, he said. As we began to plan our next move, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The entity had been weakened but not defeated. It was out there, haunting the edges of our reality, waiting for another chance to break through. I, Lily Anderson, had unknowingly started this war. Now, it was up to me to end it. The haunting would continue, but so would our resistance. In the battle between nightmares and reality, we couldn't afford to lose. As dawn broke, casting long shadows across my apartment, I made a silent vow. We would find a way to stop this entity, to close the door between worlds once and for all. The price of failure was too high, not just for us, but for every dreamer, every soul vulnerable to the nightmares that now walked in our world. The haunting had begun, but so had our fight against it. And I was determined that, in the end, it would be the nightmares that feared us, not the other way around. The fluorescent lights of the university library hummed softly overhead as I, Lily Anderson, pored over yet another dusty tome. Stacks of books surrounded me like a fortress of knowledge, a barrier between me and the horrors that now plagued my waking and sleeping hours. There has to be something here, I muttered, flipping through pages of arcane symbols and cryptic text. Some clue, some way to fight back. It had been 3 weeks since the entity had manifested in my apartment. 3 weeks of constant fear and sleepless nights. James and I had thrown ourselves into research, desperately seeking any information that might give us an edge against the nightmare that had invaded our lives. A shadow fell across my book and I looked up to see James standing there, his face haggard and drawn. "Any luck?" he asked, setting down 2 steaming cups of coffee. I shook my head, gratefully accepting the caffeine boost. Nothing concrete, just more vague references to dreamwalkers and shadow beings. You? James slumped into the chair across from me, running a hand through his unkempt hair. "I think I might have found something, but it's pretty out there, Lily." I leaned forward, my interest piqued. "At this point, I'm willing to consider anything. What did you find?" James pulled out a worn, leather-bound journal from his bag. "It's an account from a Dr. Elizabeth Winters, dated 1932. She was a psychologist studying sleep disorders when she stumbled onto something similar to what we're experiencing." As James began to read from the journal, the library around us seemed to fade away, the words painting a vivid and terrifying picture. March 15th, 1932. The entity has grown stronger. I can feel its presence even in my waking hours now, a constant shadow at the edge of my vision. My colleagues think I'm losing my mind, but I know the truth. The barrier between our world and the realm of nightmares is thinning, and it's my fault. God forgive me. But in my quest for knowledge, I've opened a door that should have remained closed. A chill ran down my spine as James continued reading. Dr. Winters' account was eerily similar to our own experiences. The growing power of the entity, the blurring of lines between dreams and reality, the desperate search for a way to fight back. This is incredible," I said when James finished. "But what happened to her? Did she find a way to stop it?" James's face fell. "That's the thing. The journal just stops. The last entry is cut off mid-sentence. It's like she just vanished." A heavy silence fell between us as the implications sank in. Were we doomed to the same fate as Dr. Winters? Would we simply disappear, swallowed by the nightmare we had unwittingly unleashed? "No," I said firmly, standing up. "We're not going to let that happen. We have something Dr. Winters didn't, each other. We're in this together, and we're going to find a way to stop this thing." James nodded, a glimmer of hope in his tired eyes. "You're right. So, what's our next move?" I began pacing, my mind racing. "We need to cross-reference Dr. Winters' account with other sources. Look for patterns, commonalities. There has to be a weakness, some way to banish this entity back to its own realm." For the next several hours, we dove deep into our research, combing through ancient texts, folklore from around the world, and obscure psychological theories. The library emptied around us as night fell, but we barely noticed, too engrossed in our desperate quest for answers. As I flipped through a book on Jungian dream analysis, a passage caught my eye. "James," I said, my voice tight with excitement, "I think I found something." James hurried over, peering over my shoulder at the text. "What is it?" "It's a theory about collective unconscious and archetypal figures," I explained. Jung believed that there were certain universal symbols and entities that existed in all human minds. What if our nightmare entity is one of these archetypes, a manifestation of humanity's deepest, darkest fears? James's eyes widened as he caught on to my train of thought. And if it's an archetype, a creation of the collective human psyche, then it can be unmade by that same psyche, I finished. We just need to find a way to tap into that collective power. As we excitedly discussed the implications of this discovery, a cold breeze swept through the library, rustling pages and sending shivers down our spines. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, and I could have sworn I heard a faint, menacing whisper. "It knows," James said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It knows we're on to something." I nodded, trying to keep my fear in check. "Then we need to work faster. We're close to something, I can feel it." We redoubled our efforts, cross-referencing Jung's theories with other sources on dream manipulation and psychic defense. As the night wore on, a plan began to take shape, a dangerous, possibly insane plan, but the only hope we had. "So let me get this straight," James said as I outlined my idea. "You want to create a shared dream space, like a psychic beacon, to draw in other dreamers. Then, using the power of the collective unconscious, we try to unmake the entity?" I nodded, fully aware of how crazy it sounded. It's a long shot, I know, but think about it. When we were in the entity's realm, we were able to wake up other dreamers. What if we could do that on a larger scale? Create a kind of psychic resistance? James was quiet for a moment, considering. "It's risky," he finally said. "If it goes wrong, we could end up trapping more people in the nightmare." "I know," I said softly. "But what choice do we have? This thing is getting stronger every day. If we don't stop it soon, it might break through into our world completely." As if to emphasize my point, the lights in the library flickered ominously. In the momentary darkness, I could have sworn I saw a mass of writhing shadows with too many eyes. James took a deep breath, then nodded. "Okay. I'm in. How do we start?" I pulled out a blank notebook, my hand shaking slightly as I began to sketch out our plan. "First, we need to find a way to induce a shared dream state. There are meditation techniques, lucid dreaming exercises. We'll have to combine them, create something new." As we worked, the sense of being watched grew stronger. Books would fall from shelves with no apparent cause, and more than once I caught glimpses of shadowy figures darting between the stacks. "It's trying to stop us," James said, his voice tense. I nodded, forcing myself to focus on our work. "Which means we're on the right track. We can't stop now." Hours blended together as we refined our plan, drawing on every scrap of knowledge we had gleaned from our research. By the time the first rays of dawn began to peek through the library windows, we had a rough blueprint for our psychic resistance. "This is it," I said, looking over our notes. "Our best shot at stopping this thing." James nodded, exhaustion and determination warring on his face. "When do we do it?" I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. "Tonight. We can't wait any longer. The entity is growing stronger by the day." As we gathered our materials and prepared to leave the library, a bone-chilling laugh echoed through the empty building. The temperature dropped suddenly and our breath misted in the air. "Do you really think you can stop me, little dreamers?" The entity's voice was like gravel being ground underfoot, filling the space around us. "I am the nightmare that has haunted humanity since the dawn of consciousness. I am eternal." I stood tall, facing the deepening shadows. You're wrong, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. You're a creation of the human mind, and what the mind creates, it can destroy. The entity's laughter grew louder, more menacing. Such bravery, such foolishness. Very well, dreamers. Make your attempt, but know this. If you fail, your minds will be mine for eternity. With a final, chilling laugh, the presence faded, leaving James and I alone in the suddenly too quiet library. Well, James said after a moment, his attempt at levity falling flat. I guess that's all the motivation we need. I nodded, gathering our research materials. Tonight, we fight back. Tonight, we reclaim our dreams. As we left the library, stepping into the bright morning sunlight, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into the most important battle of our lives. The entity was right about one thing. If we failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. But we had to try, not just for ourselves, but for every dreamer, every soul vulnerable to the nightmares that now walked in our world. The research had given us a weapon, a chance. Now it was up to us to use it. I, Lily Anderson, had unknowingly started this war by stumbling into the world of dreams. Now, armed with knowledge and determination, I was ready to end it. The battle for the collective unconscious was about to begin, and the stakes couldn't be higher. As we walked away from the library, our shadows stretched long behind us in the morning light. And for just a moment I could have sworn they moved of their own accord, a reminder that the line between nightmare and reality had never been thinner. The bustling streets of Seattle seemed oddly muted as I made my way through the morning crowd. My mind was still reeling from the night of intense research, the weight of our planned psychic resistance heavy on my shoulders. I, Lily Anderson, once a normal psychology student, now found myself at the center of a cosmic nightmare. As I waited for the crosswalk signal, a gust of wind carried the scent of ozone and decay, making me shudder. Even here, in the bright light of day, I could feel the entity's presence lingering at the edges of reality. Get it together, Lily, I muttered to myself, earning a strange look from a nearby businessman. The coffee shop where I was meeting James came into view, its cheery facade a stark contrast to the dread that had become my constant companion. As I reached for the door handle, a gnarled hand grabbed my arm with surprising strength. I spun around, my heart racing, to find myself face to face with an old woman. Her eyes, clouded with cataracts, seemed to look through me rather than at me. "You've opened a door that should have stayed closed, child," she whispered, her voice raspy and urgent. I felt the blood drain from my face. "What? How do you—" The old woman's grip tightened. "Listen carefully, for there isn't much time. The barrier between worlds is thinning, and it's hungry. So very hungry." People streamed around us on the busy sidewalk, seemingly oblivious to the intense exchange taking place. I tried to pull away, but the woman's grip was like iron. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "How do you know about this?" A sad smile played across her wrinkled face. "I was like you once, young and curious, meddling in forces beyond my understanding. Now I am a warning, a cautionary tale. Heed my words, Lily Anderson, before it's too late." The use of my name sent a chill down my spine. "Tell me what to do," I pleaded. "How do we stop it?" The old woman's eyes suddenly cleared, a startling blue that seemed to pierce right through me. "The answer lies in the collective unconscious, but be warned, to delve too deep is to risk losing yourself entirely." As she spoke, the world around us seemed to blur and shift. The busy street faded away, replaced by swirling shadows and glimpses of impossible geometries. In the distance, I heard a familiar, bone-chilling laugh. "It comes," the old woman hissed. "Remember, Lily, the price of failure is not just your life, but your very essence. Now wake up." I jerked awake with a gasp, finding myself slumped over a table in the coffee shop. James sat across from me, concern etched on his face. "Lily, are you okay?" You nodded off for a second there. I blinked, trying to orient myself. The dream, if it was a dream, had felt so real. I could still feel the old woman's grip on my arm, could still smell the ozone and decay. I think I just got a warning, I said, my voice hoarse. James leaned forward, his eyes wide. What kind of warning? As I recounted my experience, James's expression grew increasingly grave. When I finished, he sat back, running a hand through his hair. This is big, Lily, he said. If what you experienced was real, it confirms our theory about the collective unconscious. But it also means we're in even more danger than we thought. I nodded, clutching my now cold coffee. The old woman said the barrier between worlds is thinning. We're running out of time. Just then, a shadow fell across our table. We looked up to see an elderly waitress standing there, a pot of coffee in her hand. There was something oddly familiar about her, but I couldn't quite place it. "Refill, dears?" she asked, her voice raspy. As she leaned down to pour the coffee, her eyes met mine. For just a moment, I saw that startling blue again, and a flicker of recognition passed between us. "Be careful," she whispered, so softly I almost missed it. Then she was gone, shuffling back behind the counter as if nothing had happened. James and I exchanged shocked glances. "Did you see?" he began. I nodded, my mouth dry. It wasn't a dream. It was real. All of it. The implications of this realization settled over us like a heavy blanket. Our research, our theories, they were all true. But so was the danger, the cosmic horror lurking just beyond the veil of our reality. "We need to accelerate our plans," I said, gathering my things. "Tonight might be our only chance." James nodded, his face set with determination. "My place? It's quieter, fewer distractions." As we left the coffee shop, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The streets of Seattle, once so familiar and mundane, now seemed alien and threatening. Every shadow held the potential for horror, every stranger a possible vessel for the entity. We spent the rest of the day preparing for our psychic resistance. James's apartment became a fortress of knowledge with books, printouts, and hastily scribbled notes covering every surface. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the room, we went over our plan one final time. "Okay," I said, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at my insides. "We'll use a combination of meditation techniques and lucid dreaming exercises to enter a shared dream state. Once there, we'll attempt to create a psychic beacon to draw in other dreamers." James nodded, checking off items on our preparedness list. "And then we use the power of the collective unconscious to unmake the entity. In theory." "In theory," I echoed. The weight of what we were about to attempt settled over me. "James, if this goes wrong..." He reached out, squeezing my hand. "I know, but we have to try. For everyone's sake." As night fell, we made our final preparations. Candles were lit, forming a protective circle around us. The air was thick with the scent of incense, grounding us in reality, even as we prepared to leave it behind. We sat cross-legged on the floor, facing each other. "Remember," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "no matter what happens, no matter what we see, we have to stay focused on the goal. We unmake the entity, or we don't come back at all." James nodded, his face pale but determined. "Together?" "Together," I affirmed. We closed our eyes, beginning the breathing exercises we had practiced. Slowly, the sounds of the city faded away, replaced by a deep, resonant hum. I felt a tugging sensation, as if my consciousness was being pulled from my body. When I opened my eyes, we were no longer in James's apartment. We stood in a vast, empty space, featureless except for a swirling mist that curled around our feet. "Did it work?" James asked, his voice echoing strangely. Before I could answer, the mist began to coalesce, forming into shadowy figures. I recognized some of them: the woman from the coffee shop, Dr. Winters from the journal we had found, and others I had glimpsed in my dreams. "Welcome, dreamers," a chorus of voices said. You stand at the threshold of all realities. I stepped forward, my heart pounding. We've come to stop the entity, to seal the breach between worlds. Will you help us? The figures exchanged glances, an unspoken communication passing between them. Finally, the old woman from my vision stepped forward. The task you undertake is perilous beyond imagining, she said. To face the nightmare entity is to risk not just your life, but your very essence. Are you prepared for such a sacrifice? I felt James's hand slip into mine, a gesture of solidarity and support. We are, we said in unison. The mist swirled more intensely, and I felt a surge of power coursing through me. The collective unconscious, the shared fears and hopes of all humanity, flowed into us. But with that power came a darkness, a creeping dread that threatened to overwhelm me. I saw glimpses of primordial horrors, felt the weight of eons pressing down on my psyche. Stay focused, James's voice cut through the chaos. Remember why we're here. I gritted my teeth, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. Slowly, laboriously, I began to form the psychic beacon we had planned, a shining pillar of light in the vast dreamscape. As the beacon grew stronger, I felt other minds joining ours, dreamers from across the world, across time itself, lending their strength to our cause. And then, with a roar that shook the very foundations of reality, the entity appeared. It was somehow even more terrifying than before, a writhing mass of shadows and too many eyes, its form constantly shifting and changing. Foolish dreamers, it thundered. You think you can stand against me? I am the nightmare that has haunted humanity since the dawn of time. I stood my ground, drawing on the power of the collective unconscious. You're wrong, I shouted back. You're a creation of the human mind, and what the mind creates it can destroy. With that declaration, I launched our psychic attack. The beacon of light expanded, searing away the entity's shadowy form. It screamed, a sound of primal fury and fear that resonated through every fiber of my being. The battle raged across the dreamscape, reality warping and twisting around us. I felt my sense of self beginning to fray, my individual consciousness threatening to dissolve into the vast ocean of the collective unconscious. Lily, James's voice cut through the chaos. Stay with me. We're almost there. With a final Herculean effort, we pushed against the entity. The light of our psychic beacon grew blindingly bright, burning away the last of the shadows. The entity's scream reached a fever pitch, and then silence. A silence so profound it seemed to echo through the very fabric of reality. Slowly, the dreamscape began to fade. I felt myself being pulled back to the world of flesh and bone and linear time. I opened my eyes to find myself back in James's apartment. The candles had burned down to stubs, and pale morning light was streaming through the windows. Did we do it? James asked, his voice hoarse. I nodded, too exhausted to speak. The entity was gone, unmade by the very collective unconscious it had sought to exploit. The barrier between worlds had been restored, the breach sealed. But as I sat there, trying to process what we had just experienced, I couldn't shake the feeling that our victory had come at a cost. The warnings of the old woman echoed in my mind. The price of failure was not just our lives, but our very essence. Had we truly emerged unscathed? Or had we left some crucial part of ourselves behind in that vast, shared dreamscape? As the sun rose over Seattle, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, I, Lily Anderson, found myself standing on the threshold of a new reality. We had faced the nightmare and emerged victorious, but the true consequences of our actions remained to be seen. The warning had been heeded, the door closed. But as I looked at James, saw the same mix of exhaustion and uncertainty in his eyes, I knew that our journey was far from over. We had touched something profound, something beyond the realm of ordinary human experience. And in doing so, we had forever changed the very fabric of our beings. The soft glow of my laptop screen illuminated my face in the darkness of my room. It was 3:27 a.m., and sleep had become a distant memory. I, Lily Anderson, once a normal psychology student, now found myself hunted by a nightmare made flesh. My eyes burned as I scrolled through yet another obscure forum, searching for any scrap of information that might help us fight the entity. The soft click of my mouse seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness of the night. A shadow flickered in my peripheral vision, and I whirled around, my heart pounding. Nothing. Just the same empty corner of my room that had been there moments ago. "Get a grip, Lily," I muttered, running a shaky hand through my unwashed hair. "You're just tired." But even as the words left my mouth, I knew they were a lie. The entity was out there watching, waiting, and it was getting closer. My phone buzzed, making me jump. It was a text from James. "Can't sleep, it's here again. Can I come over?" I texted back a quick affirmative, both dreading and welcoming the company. At least together, we could reassure ourselves that we weren't going completely insane. 20 minutes later, a soft knock at my door announced James's arrival. I opened it to find him looking as haggard as I felt, dark circles under his bloodshot eyes. "Hey," he said, his voice hoarse. "Thanks for letting me come over." I stepped aside to let him in, quickly scanning the hallway before closing and locking the door. "Anytime. How bad is it tonight?" James slumped onto my worn couch, running his hands over his face. It's getting worse, Lily. I can feel it watching me, even when I'm awake. And the dreams." He shuddered. "I'm afraid to close my eyes." I sat down next to him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I know. Me too. But we'll figure this out, James. We have to." As if in response to our conversation, the lights in my apartment flickered, casting momentary shadows that seemed to writhe and dance across the walls. James tensed beside me. "Did you see that?" he whispered. I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. "It's toying with us," I said, trying to keep the fear out of my voice, "letting us know it's here." We sat in silence for a moment, both of us scanning the room for any sign of the entity. The ticking of my wall clock seemed to grow louder, more insistent. Suddenly, James grabbed my arm. "Lily," he said, his voice trembling. "Look at the clock." I turned my gaze to the wall clock, and my blood ran cold. The second hand was moving backward, ticking away time in reverse. That's not possible," I stammered. As we watched in horror, the clock's hands began to spin wildly, faster and faster until they were just a blur. Then, with a sickening crack, the clock fell from the wall, shattering on the floor. In the sudden silence that followed, a low, rumbling laugh echoed through the apartment. "Oh God," James whispered. "It's here." The shadows in the corners of the room began to deepen, to move of their own accord. They flowed across the floor like oily tendrils, converging in the center of the living room. I stood up, pulling James with me. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice sounding strangely calm despite the terror coursing through me. We made a dash for the door, but as I reached for the handle, it suddenly felt ice cold. Frost began to spread across its surface, creeping up the walls and across the floor. "No, no, no," I muttered, yanking at the frozen handle. It wouldn't budge. The temperature in the room plummeted, our breath misting in the air. The shadow in the center of the room grew larger, taking on a vaguely humanoid shape. Where its face should have been, there was only a swirling void punctuated by too many eyes. "Going somewhere, little dreamers?" The entity's voice was like gravel being ground underfoot, filling the room and resonating in our very bones. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stand my ground. "What do you want from us?" I demanded, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. The entity's form rippled, and I caught glimpses of monstrous shapes within its shadowy mass. "Want?" it mocked. "I want what all beings want. To grow, to feed, to expand beyond the confines of my realm." And we're what, your ticket out? James asked, his voice shaking. The entity's laughter sent chills down my spine. Oh, you're so much more than that. You, Lily Anderson, opened a door, and now I'm going to walk through it. I felt a surge of guilt and anger. I was trying to help, I said through gritted teeth. I didn't know. Of course you didn't know, the entity interrupted. Your kind never does. You meddle in forces beyond your comprehension and then act surprised when there are consequences. As it spoke, tendrils of shadow began to creep towards us. I could feel the cold emanating from them, a bone-deep chill that spoke of endless nightmares. We won't let you win, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. We'll find a way to stop you. The entity's many eyes blinked in what might have been amusement. Stop me? Oh, little dreamer, I've only just begun. Suddenly, the shadows surged forward. I felt a sensation of falling, of being pulled in 1,000 directions at once. When the world stabilized, we were no longer in my apartment. We stood on a desolate street that seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions. The buildings on either side were warped and twisted, their windows dark, empty eyes staring down at us. The sky above was a roiling mass of clouds that occasionally parted to reveal glimpses of impossible cosmic vistas. James grabbed my hand, his grip painfully tight. Lily, he whispered, where are we? I shook my head, trying to make sense of our surroundings. I think we're in some kind of nightmare realm, the entity's domain. As we watched, the landscape began to change. Buildings shifted and reformed. Streets twisted into Mobius strips. In the distance, I could see shadowy figures shambling towards us, their forms blurring and shifting as if they were made of smoke. Those are dreamers, I realized aloud. People trapped in nightmares. Correct. The entity's voice boomed from everywhere and nowhere. My collection, my sustenance, and soon you will join them. I felt a surge of defiance. No, I said firmly. We won't. This is the dream world, and I've learned a thing or two about navigating it. Concentrating hard, I imagined a barrier between us and the approaching figures. To my amazement and relief, a shimmering wall of energy sprang into existence. The entity's form materialized before us, its mass of eyes narrowing. Impressive, it grudgingly admitted. But do you really think you can outlast me in my own domain? As if to emphasize its point, the ground beneath us began to tremble. Fissures opened up, revealing glimpses of other nightmares, other trapped dreamers. Lily, James said urgently, we need to wake up. Now. I nodded, maintaining my focus on the barrier. You're right. But how? This isn't a normal dream. We can't just pinch ourselves awake. James looked around frantically, then his eyes widened. The dreamers, he said. If we can wake them up, maybe it'll weaken the entity's hold on this place. It was a long shot, but it was the only plan we had. Still maintaining the barrier, I reached out with my mind, trying to connect with the wandering dreamers. Wake up, I shouted, both aloud and in my mind. This isn't real. You're dreaming. For a moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, one of the figures in the distance began to fade. Then another, and another. The entity roared in fury, its form becoming less stable as more dreamers awakened. No! It howled. You can't do this! This is my realm! But it was working. As more dreamers woke up, the nightmare landscape began to dissolve around us. The entity's form was unraveling, its many eyes blinking out of existence one by one. With a final, earth-shattering shriek, the entity disappeared and the dream world shattered like glass. I jerked awake on my couch, gasping for air. Next to me, James sat up with a start, his eyes wide. Did that really happen? He asked, his voice shaky. I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. I think so, but I don't think it's over. As if to confirm my words, a chill ran through the apartment. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen for a moment before returning to normal. It's still out there, James said, his voice barely above a whisper. hunting us. I stood up, my legs trembling but my resolve strengthening. Then we keep running, I said, and we keep fighting. James nodded, a glimmer of determination in his tired eyes. Together, he said. As we began to plan our next move, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of a much longer, more dangerous pursuit. The entity had been weakened but not defeated. It was out there, haunting the edges of our reality, waiting for another chance to break through. I, Lily Anderson, had unknowingly started this chase by stumbling into the world of dreams. Now it was up to me to end it. The pursuit would continue, but so would our resistance. In this cosmic game of cat and mouse, we couldn't afford to be caught. As dawn broke, casting long shadows across my apartment, I made a silent vow. We would find a way to stop this entity, to close the door between worlds once and for all. The price of failure was too high, not just for us, but for every dreamer, every soul vulnerable to the nightmares that now walked in our world. The pursuit had begun in earnest, but so had our fight against it. And I was determined that, in the end, it would be the nightmares that feared us, not the other way around. The incessant ticking of my bedside clock echoed through the silence of my apartment. 3:27 a.m. Another sleepless night in a string of many. I, Lily Anderson, once a promising psychology student with a bright future, now found myself trapped in a waking nightmare, isolated from the world I once knew. I stared at my phone, thumb hovering over my mom's contact. How many times had I almost called her, desperate to hear a familiar voice, to feel some connection to my old life? But what would I say? Hey, Mom, remember how you always said my imagination would get me in trouble? Well, I've accidentally unleashed a nightmare entity that's hunting me and my friend James. How's Dad doing? I let out a bitter laugh, tossing the phone aside. The truth was too insane, too terrifying. They'd think I was having a mental breakdown. Maybe I was. A shadow flickered in the corner of my eye and I whirled around, heart pounding. Nothing. Just the same empty corner of my room that had been there moments ago. Or was it? Get a grip, Lily, I muttered, running a shaky hand through my unwashed hair. You're just tired. But even as the words left my mouth, I knew they were a lie. The entity was always there, watching, waiting. And I was alone in facing it. My laptop chimed with an incoming video call. James. I hesitated for a moment before answering, bracing myself for what I might see. James's haggard face filled the screen, dark circles under his bloodshot eyes mirroring my own. Hey, he said, his voice hoarse. Sorry for calling so late, I needed to see a friendly face. I forced a smile, knowing it didn't reach my eyes. It's okay. I wasn't sleeping anyway. How are you holding up? James let out a humorless laugh. About as well as you'd expect for someone being hunted by a nightmare monster. My roommates think I'm losing it. I overheard them talking about staging an intervention. I felt a pang of guilt. At least I lived alone. I didn't have to deal with concerned roommates or family members witnessing my descent into apparent madness. I'm sorry, James, I said softly. This is all my fault. If I hadn't meddled with dreamwalking... Don't, James interrupted, his voice firm despite his exhaustion. We've been over this. You couldn't have known what would happen. We're in this together, remember? I nodded, feeling a lump form in my throat. Together, yet so alone. I don't know how much longer I can do this, James. The isolation, the constant fear, it's eating away at me. As if on cue, the lights in my apartment flickered, casting momentary shadows that seemed to writhe and dance across the walls. I saw James tense on the screen, his eyes darting around his own room. Did you see that? He whispered. I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. It's toying with us, I said, trying to keep the fear out of my voice, letting us know it's here even when we're apart. We sat in silence for a moment, both of us scanning our respective rooms for any sign of the entity, The ticking of my clock seemed to grow louder, more insistent. Suddenly, James's image on the screen began to distort, static cutting through his words. Lily, I think something's... The call cut out, leaving me staring at a black screen. My heart raced as I tried to reconnect, but to no avail. No, I muttered, frantically typing out a message to James. Please be okay, please be okay. After what felt like an eternity, my phone buzzed with a text from James. I'm fine. Entity messed with the power. Too dangerous to call again, stay safe. I let out a shaky breath, relief washing over me. But the relief was short-lived as the reality of our situation sank in once more. We couldn't even find solace in each other's virtual presence without the entity interfering. The isolation pressed in on me, a physical weight on my chest. I glanced at the pile of unopened mail on my desk, past due notices for bills, a letter from the university about my extended absence. My life was falling apart, and I couldn't explain to anyone why. I thought about my friends, my classmates, my professors. How long had it been since I'd spoken to any of them? They'd tried reaching out at first, concerned about my sudden withdrawal from classes and social life. But as the weeks wore on, the messages became less frequent, eventually stopping altogether. A memory surfaced, unbidden. The last conversation I'd had with my best friend Sarah before everything went to hell. Lily, what's going on with you? Sarah had asked, concern etched on her face. You've been acting weird for weeks, is everything okay? I'd wanted so badly to tell her the truth, to unburden myself of the terrifying reality I was facing. But how could I? The words caught in my throat as I saw a shadow move behind her, a mass of writhing darkness with too many eyes. I'm fine, I'd lied, my voice strained. Just stressed about exams. I need some time to myself, that's all. Sarah hadn't believed me. I could see it in her eyes. But she'd nodded, giving me a hug before leaving. You know you can talk to me about anything, right? She'd said. If only that were true. A sudden chill pulled me back to the present. The temperature in my apartment had dropped dramatically, my breath misting in the air. The shadows in the corners began to deepen, to move of their own accord. No, I whispered, backing away from my desk. Not now. Please, not now. But my pleas fell on deaf ears, if the entity even had ears. The shadows coalesced in the center of my room, taking on a vaguely humanoid shape. Where its face should have been, there was only a swirling void punctuated by too many eyes. Alone again, little dreamer? The entity's voice was like gravel being ground underfoot, filling the room and resonating in my very bones. How long do you think you can keep this up? I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stand my ground. As long as it takes, I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. I won't let you win. The entity's laughter sent chills down my spine. Win? Oh, Lily, you still don't understand. I've already won. Look at you. Isolated. Afraid. Cut off from everyone and everything you once held dear. You're mine already. You just haven't accepted it yet. I felt tears prick at the corners of my eyes, the truth of its words cutting deep. But beneath the fear and despair, a spark of defiance flickered to life. No, I said, my voice growing stronger. You're wrong. I may be alone, but I'm not beaten. Not yet. The entity's form rippled, its many eyes narrowing. Such bravery, it mocked. Or is it desperation? Let's see how long that fire lasts when you're truly alone. Before I could respond, the entity surged forward, engulfing me in darkness. I felt a sensation of falling, of being pulled in 1,000 directions at once. When the world stabilized, I found myself in a vast, empty space. No light, no sound, no sensation of any kind. Hello? I called out, my voice sounding muffled and strange. James? Anyone? But there was no response. I was alone in a void, cut off from everything and everyone. Panic began to set in as the isolation pressed in on me from all sides. How long had I been here? Minutes? Hours? There was no way to tell. I thought of James, of Sarah, of my parents. Would I ever see them again? This isn't real, I told myself, trying to steady my breathing. It's just another of the entity's tricks. You can beat this, Lily. I closed my eyes, focusing on the memory of my loved ones. James's determined face as we researched ways to fight the entity. Sarah's laugh during our last night out before everything changed. My mom's comforting hug when I'd call home feeling overwhelmed by college life. As I held on to these memories, I felt something shift. A warmth began to spread through me, pushing back against the cold emptiness of the void. I am not alone, I said, my voice growing stronger. Even if I'm the only one who knows the truth, even if I can't explain what's happening to anyone else, I am not alone. The connections I've made, the love I've shared, that's real, and you can't take that away from me. The void around me began to crack, lines of light breaking through the darkness. I heard the entity's roar of frustration as its illusion shattered, and suddenly I was back in my apartment, gasping for air. I stumbled to my feet, my legs shaky, but my resolve stronger than ever. The entity was nowhere to be seen, but I could feel its presence lingering at the edges of my perception. My phone buzzed with a text from James. "Are you okay?" I felt something happen. I smiled, a genuine smile for the first time in what felt like ages, as I typed back, "I'm okay, better than okay. I think I just won a battle." As I hit send, I looked around my small apartment with new eyes. Yes, I was isolated from the world I once knew. Yes, the fight ahead would be lonely and terrifying. But I was not truly alone. The connections I'd made, the love I carried with me, those were weapons the entity could never fully understand or overcome. I, Lily Anderson, might be isolated, but I was far from defeated. The entity had tried to use my loneliness against me, but in doing so, it had only made me stronger. As I settled in to document this latest encounter, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The isolation was real, but it would not break me. And someday, somehow, I would find a way to bridge the gap between my world and the one I'd left behind. Until then, I would keep fighting, keep resisting, armed with the knowledge that even in my darkest moments, I was never truly alone. I've been avoiding sleep for days, surviving on caffeine and fear. But I can't run forever. Tonight, I decide to face the entity on what I hope is neutral ground, someone else's dream. I choose carefully. A psychology grad student named Mike, who's been having recurring nightmares about drowning. As I lay in bed, my heart racing, I focus on Mike's essence, willing myself into his subconscious. The transition is jarring, like being pulled through a vortex of fractured memories and emotions. I find myself on a beach at twilight, the waves unnaturally still. Mike stands at the water's edge, his back to me, staring at the horizon. "Mike," I call out, my voice echoing strangely in the dreamscape. "I'm here to help you." He turns, his eyes wide with fear. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Before I can answer, the sky darkens, and the once calm sea begins to churn. I feel it before I see it. The entity's presence, a malevolent pressure that makes the air thick and hard to breathe. "We don't have much time," I say, grabbing Mike's arm. "There's something coming, something dangerous. I need you to trust me and do exactly as I say." Mike nods, trembling. I can feel it. What is that thing? The water starts to rise, lapping at our feet. In the distance, I see a mass of writhing shadows emerging from the waves. "Focus, Mike," I command, trying to keep my own panic at bay. "This is your dream. You have the power here. Imagine a safe place, somewhere high above the water." Mike closes his eyes, concentrating. The beach begins to shift, and suddenly we're on a cliff overlooking the roiling sea. But the entity is still coming. "Good," I encourage him. "Now we need a weapon, something that can fight shadows." Mike's brow furrows. I don't know how. The shadows are climbing the cliff now, tendrils of darkness reaching for us. I can see faces forming in the mass, twisted, agonized expressions that make my soul recoil. "You have to try," I shout over the howling wind that suddenly whipped up around us. Mike raises his hands, and a sword materializes, but it's made of paper, flimsy and useless. The poor kid's fear is working against him, making him weak. I realize with growing horror that I've made a terrible mistake. I'm not ready for this confrontation, and I've put an innocent person in danger. The entity is feeding off our combined terror, growing stronger by the second. "Mike, listen to me," I say, gripping his shoulders. "I need you to wake up. Right now. Can you do that?" He nods frantically. I think so, but what about you?" I force a smile. "I'll be right behind you. Go." Mike squeezes his eyes shut, his form flickering. With a gasp, he vanishes, leaving me alone on the cliff with the encroaching darkness. I turn to face the entity, my heart pounding. Its many eyes fix on me, and I hear its voice in my mind, a sound like breaking glass and screaming wind. "Foolish dreamwalker," it hisses. "Did you think you could challenge me here? This realm is mine." I try to wake myself up, but it's like swimming through tar. The entity's presence is overwhelming, clouding my thoughts. In desperation, I fling myself off the cliff, hoping the shock will jolt me awake. I wake up screaming, tangled in my sheets. My phone is ringing. It's Mike's number. With trembling hands, I answer. "Lily?" Mike's voice is fraught with panic. "What happened? Who are you? What was that thing?" "Mike, I'm so sorry," I choke out. "I never meant to." The line goes dead. Later, I'll learn that Mike fell into a coma immediately after that call. The doctors can't explain it. But I know the truth, and the guilt is crushing me. I curl up on my bed, shaking uncontrollably. The entity was stronger than I ever imagined. I barely escaped, and I've left an innocent person trapped in a nightmare realm. This isn't just about me anymore. I've unleashed something terrible, and now others are paying the price for my recklessness. I have to find a way to fix this, to save Mike and stop the entity before it claims more victims. But as I feel the shadows gathering at the edges of my consciousness, I wonder if I'll be strong enough to face what's coming. The failed attempt has left me shaken to my core, and the real battle has only just begun. The realization hits me like a freight train as I sit in the sterile hospital waiting room, the rhythmic beeping of distant machines a stark reminder of my failure. Mike's been in a coma for 3 days now, and the doctors are baffled. But I know the truth, and it's eating me alive. "Miss Evans?" A nurse approaches, her face a mask of professional concern. "You've been here for hours. Perhaps you should go home and rest?" I shake my head, unable to meet her eyes. "I can't leave him. This is my fault." The nurse places a gentle hand on my shoulder. "You can't blame yourself for your friend's condition. These things just happen sometimes." If only she knew. I force a wan smile and nod, and she moves on to her next task. As soon as she's gone, I slump back in my chair, my mind racing. Over the past few days, as I've kept my vigil by Mike's bedside, I've been piecing together the horrifying truth. The entity I encountered isn't just some nightmare creature. It's something far more ancient and terrible. And it doesn't just inhabit dreams, it feeds on them. I close my eyes, exhaustion threatening to overwhelm me, but I fight it. I can't risk falling asleep here, not with that thing still hunting me. Instead, I let my mind wander back to the research I've been doing between hospital visits. Ancient texts speak of dream eaters, psychic vampires that prey on the unconscious minds of humans. They were thought to be myths, but I know better now. The entity I unleashed is one of these creatures, and it's been trapped in the dream realm for centuries, maybe millennia, and now, because of me, it has a way out. A commotion down the hall snaps me out of my reverie. I look up to see a tall, gaunt man arguing with the nurse at the reception desk. "I need to see the patient in room 237, he insists, his voice low but intense. "It's a matter of utmost urgency." The nurse shakes her head. "I'm sorry, sir, but visiting hours are over and only family members are allowed." "You don't understand," the man interrupts. "That young man's life is in danger. We're all in danger if I don't." He stops abruptly, his eyes locking with mine across the waiting room. There's a flash of recognition in his gaze, and my blood runs cold. Somehow, this stranger knows who I am and what I've done. Before I can react, he's striding towards me, the nurse's protests fading into the background. "You're the one," he says as he reaches me, his voice a mix of awe and accusation. "The dream walker who opened the door." I stand up, my legs shaky. "Who are you? How do you know about—" "Not here." He cuts me off, glancing around nervously. "We need to talk somewhere private. Now." Every instinct tells me to run, but I'm tired of running. And if this man has answers, I need to hear them. I nod and follow him out of the hospital and into the cool night air. We walk in tense silence for several blocks before ducking into an all-night diner. The fluorescent lights and smell of greasy food are a jarring contrast to the sterile hospital environment. As we slide into a booth, the man finally introduces himself. "My name is Daniel Thorne. I'm a dream researcher, among other things." "Lily Evans," I reply, though I suspect he already knows my name. "How did you find me? And what do you know about what's happening?" Daniel sighs heavily, rubbing his temples. "I've been tracking the entity's activities for years. When I felt it become active again, I started searching for the source. That led me to you." A waitress approaches, and we both order coffee. As soon as she's out of earshot, I lean forward. "What is this thing? And how do we stop it?" "It's a psychic parasite," Daniel explains, his voice barely above a whisper. "An ancient being that feeds on human consciousness. Dreams are its primary food source, but it can consume waking minds as well, given enough power." The waitress returns with our coffee, and we fall silent until she leaves again. I wrap my hands around the warm mug, trying to stop them from shaking. "So, what you're saying is—" I trail off, the implications too horrible to voice. Daniel nods grimly. "Every time it feeds, it grows stronger. Your friend in the hospital? His mind is being slowly devoured. And you, Lily, you've given it a direct link to our world." The guilt that's been gnawing at me explodes into full-blown panic. "Oh God, what have I done? How do we save Mike? How do we stop this thing?" "Calm down," Daniel says, reaching across the table to grasp my hand. His touch is surprisingly warm and grounding. "Panic is what it wants. Fear makes it stronger." I take a deep breath, forcing myself to relax. "Okay. So what do we do?" Daniel takes a sip of his coffee before answering. "We need to sever its connection to our world. That means closing the door you inadvertently opened." "How?" "By confronting it in the dream realm. But not just any dream. We need to face it in your dreams, Lily. You're the anchor point now." The thought makes my blood run cold. "I can't. You don't understand how powerful it is. I barely escaped last time, and that was in someone else's dream." Daniel's eyes soften with sympathy. "I know you're scared. But you have a gift, Lily. You can navigate the dream realm in ways most people can't. With the right training, you might be our only hope of stopping this thing." I shake my head, tears threatening to spill. "You're wrong. I'm not special. I'm just a psychology student who made a terrible mistake." "A mistake, yes," Daniel agrees. "But not just any psychology student could have done what you did. The ability to enter others' dreams is incredibly rare. It's why the entity latched onto you so quickly." A thought occurs to me. "Wait, how do you know so much about this? Are you a dream walker too?" Daniel's expression darkens. "No, but I've encountered this entity before. Many years ago, it took someone very dear to me. I've spent my life trying to understand it, to find a way to stop it." The pain in his voice is palpable, and I find myself reaching out to squeeze his hand. "I'm so sorry." He offers a sad smile. "It's why I've dedicated my life to this research, and why I know we have to act fast. The longer that thing remains connected to our world, the stronger it will become." I slump back in my seat. the weight of responsibility crushing down on me. Even if I agreed to this, I wouldn't know where to start. How do you fight something in a dream? That's where I come in, Daniel says. I can teach you techniques to control your dreams, to shape the dream environment. It won't be easy, and it will take time we may not have much of. But it's our best chance. I close my eyes, trying to process everything. When I open them again, I see Daniel watching me intently, waiting for my decision. Okay, I say finally, my voice steadier than I feel. I'll do it, but you have to promise me something. What's that? If this goes wrong, if it looks like the entity is going to win, you have to wake me up. No matter what, I can't end up like Mike. Daniel nods solemnly. I promise. But Lily, you need to understand the risks. If we fail, if the entity fully manifests in our world. I know, I interrupt. End of the world stuff, right? He doesn't laugh. Potentially, yes. This being feeds on consciousness itself. Given enough power, it could theoretically consume the minds of everyone on the planet. The enormity of what we're facing hits me anew. No pressure, then, I mutter. We spend the next few hours in that diner, Daniel explaining the basics of dream control and the nature of the entity we're facing. By the time we leave, the sky is starting to lighten with the first hints of dawn. As we stand outside the diner, I feel both terrified and oddly empowered. For the first time since this nightmare began, I have a plan, dangerous and potentially doomed as it may be. Get some rest, Daniel advises, but don't sleep for too long at a stretch. We can't risk the entity pulling you in before you're ready. I nod, stifling a yawn. When do we start training? Tonight. Meet me at this address at sunset. He hands me a slip of paper with an address scrawled on it. And Lily, be careful. It knows you're a threat now. It will try to get to you before you're strong enough to fight back. With those ominous words, Daniel turns and walks away, quickly disappearing into the early morning crowd of commuters. I stand there for a moment, the weight of my new knowledge pressing down on me. The entity doesn't just inhabit dreams, it feeds on them. And now, it's feeding on me, on Mike, potentially on everyone I've come into contact with since this began. As I make my way home, every shadow seems to reach for me, every reflective surface potentially hiding those terrible, hungry eyes. The revelation of what I'm truly facing has changed everything. This isn't just about saving myself anymore. It's about stopping an ancient evil before it consumes the world. I think about Mike, lying comatose in the hospital, his mind being slowly devoured. I think about all the other potential victims out there, unaware of the danger lurking in their dreams. And I think about Daniel, who spent his life preparing for this battle. By the time I reach my apartment, exhaustion is warring with determination. As I collapse onto my bed, careful to set an alarm for just a few hours from now, I make a silent vow. I will master this ability. I will face this entity. And somehow, someway, I will find a way to stop it. As I drift off into a fitful sleep, I can almost hear the entity's mocking laughter echoing in the recesses of my mind. But for the first time since this all began, I'm not just afraid. I'm angry, and I'm ready to fight back. The revelation of the true nature of my enemy has changed everything. Now, the real battle begins. It's been a week since my meeting with Daniel, and the intensity of our training has left me exhausted both mentally and physically. But I can feel myself growing stronger, more in control of my dreams. Still, nothing could have prepared me for what happened this morning. I drag myself out of bed, my limbs heavy with fatigue. The bathroom mirror reflects a gaunt face with dark circles under the eyes. I splash cold water on my face, trying to shake off the remnants of last night's dream battle. As I reach for the towel, something in the mirror catches my eye. For a split second, I see it. A writhing mass of shadows, eyes blinking open and closed, tentacles reaching out from the glass. I stumble backward, my heart pounding. No, I whisper. This isn't possible. Not here. Not now. But even as the image fades, I can feel its presence lingering. The air feels thick, charged with malevolent energy. I fumble for my phone, dialing Daniel's number with shaking hands. Lily? His voice is groggy. What's wrong? I saw it, I gasp. In my bathroom mirror. It was here, Daniel. In the real world. There's a sharp intake of breath on the other end. Are you sure? Positive. It was only for a second, but I trail off, the memory making me nauseous. Listen to me carefully, Lily, Daniel says, his tone deadly serious. Don't panic. That's what it wants. Where are you now? I've backed out of the bathroom, pressing myself against the far wall of my bedroom. In my room. Should I leave? Is it safe here? No, stay where you are. I'm coming over. Keep talking to me. As Daniel rushes to my apartment, I describe what I saw in detail. The more I talk, the more real it becomes. By the time he arrives, I'm a trembling mess. Daniel bursts through the door, his face pale with worry. He takes in my terrified expression and immediately pulls me into a hug. It's okay, he murmurs. You're safe now. I pull back, shaking my head. But I'm not, am I? None of us are. If it can manifest physically, Daniel's expression is grim. It means the boundaries are weakening faster than we thought. The entity is growing stronger. He walks cautiously to the bathroom, peering inside. The mirror reflects nothing but our worried faces now. This changes everything, he says, running a hand through his disheveled hair. We're running out of time. I sink onto my bed, the reality of the situation crushing down on me. What do we do now? Daniel paces the small room, his mind clearly racing. We need to accelerate your training, and... He hesitates, then continues. I think it's time I told you the full truth about my connection to this entity. I look up, surprised. What do you mean? He sits beside me, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination. The person I lost to this thing, it was my twin sister, and she was a dream walker, like you. The revelation hangs in the air between us. I open my mouth to respond, but before I can, a chill runs down my spine. The shadows in the corner of my room seem to deepen, writhe. Daniel sees it too. He grabs my hand. We need to leave, now. As we rush out of my apartment, I can feel the entity's presence following us, no longer confined to the realm of dreams. The boundaries between worlds are crumbling, and the true horror of what we're facing is only just beginning to unfold. In the car, speeding towards what Daniel promises is a safe house, I can't shake the image of that thing in my mirror. Its form defies description, an abomination of nature that should not exist in our reality. Yet here it is, crossing over. I realize with growing dread that our battle has entered a new phase. It's no longer just about protecting the dream world. The entity is manifesting in reality, and if we don't find a way to stop it soon, the waking world will become a waking nightmare for everyone. Daniel's safe house turns out to be an isolated cabin in the woods, far from the city and its distractions. As we pull up the gravel driveway, I feel a mix of relief and apprehension. We should be safe here, Daniel says, killing the engine. The walls are lined with protective symbols. It should keep the entity at bay, at least for a while. I nod, too exhausted to speak. The events of the morning have left me drained. Once inside, Daniel wastes no time. We need to start your training immediately. Every second counts now. I collapse onto an old, worn couch. I don't know if I can. I'm so tired, Daniel. He kneels in front of me, his eyes intense. I know you're exhausted, Lily. But remember what's at stake. Mike, still in that hospital bed. All those people in the city unaware of the danger. We're their only hope. His words cut through my fatigue. I sit up straighter, steeling myself. Okay, what do? Daniel produces a small, ornate box from his bag. Inside is a strange-looking device, like a cross between a dream catcher and a high-tech gadget. This is a dream amplifier, he explains. It'll help you enter a lucid dreaming state faster and maintain it longer. We're going to use it to accelerate your training. I eye the device warily. Is it safe? Daniel's hesitation is brief but noticeable. There are risks, but they're minimal compared to what we're up against. I take a deep breath. All right, let's do this. The next few hours are a blur of meditation techniques, visualizations, and practice with the dream amplifier. By the time night falls, I feel like my brain has run a marathon. You're doing well, Daniel encourages, but the real test comes now. Are you ready to enter the dream state? I nod, trying to project more confidence than I feel. As ready as I'll ever be. Daniel helps me lie down on the couch, attaching electrodes from the dream amplifier to my temples. Remember, he says softly, you're in control. It's your dream. Shape it, mold it to your will. As I close my eyes, I hear him start a low, rhythmic chant. The world fades away, and I find myself in a vast, empty dreamscape. For a moment, panic threatens to overwhelm me. Then I hear Daniel's voice, seemingly from everywhere and nowhere. Focus, Lily. Create your safe space. I concentrate, imagining a fortress rising from the misty ground. Walls of solid light surround me, a bastion against the darkness. Good, Daniel's voice approves. Now prepare yourself. I'm going to simulate an attack. Remember, it's not real. You're in control. Suddenly, shadows begin to seep through the cracks in my fortress walls. I feel my heart rate spike, but I force myself to remain calm. It's my dream, I mutter. My rules. I focus on the walls, willing them to become stronger, to push back against the encroaching darkness. To my amazement, it works. The shadows recede, hissing in frustration. Excellent! Daniel's voice rings out. Now, go on the offensive. Create a weapon. I stretch out my hand, visualizing a sword of pure light. It materializes in my grasp, its weight comforting and real. The training continues for what feels like hours. Daniel throws challenge after challenge at me. Shadow creatures, shifting landscapes, disorienting illusions. Each time I find new ways to assert control over the dreamscape. When I finally wake, the sun is peeking through the cabin windows. I feel simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated. Daniel is sitting beside me, a proud smile on his face. You did it, Lily. You're starting to master your abilities. I sit up slowly, my head spinning slightly. It was incredible. I've never felt so powerful. That power is the key to defeating the entity, Daniel says. But remember, in the real confrontation, the stakes will be much higher. We need to keep training. Push your limits even further. I nod, a new determination filling me. For the first time since this nightmare began, I feel a glimmer of hope. I'm ready, I say. Whatever it takes, I'll do it. We're going to stop this thing. Daniel squeezes my hand. Yes, we are. Together. As we prepare for another day of intensive training, I can't shake the feeling that we're in a race against time. The entity is growing stronger, manifesting in the real world. But so am I. And in this dream training, I'm learning to fight back. The real battle is coming. And when it does, I'll be ready. The cabin's main room is dimly lit, the air heavy with incense and anticipation. Daniel and I sit cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by candles and arcane symbols drawn in chalk. This is it, our last night of preparation before we face the entity head-on. Are you sure you're ready for this, Lily? Daniel's voice is soft but intense. I meet his gaze, steeling myself. As ready as I'll ever be. We can't wait any longer. He nods, a mix of pride and worry in his eyes. You've come so far in such a short time. But remember, this entity is ancient, powerful. It won't go down without a fight. I know, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. But neither will we. Daniel reaches into his bag, pulling out a small, ornate box. Inside is a pendant, a swirl of silver wrapped around a deep blue stone. "This is for you," he says, holding it out. "It's a dream stone. It'll help anchor you in the dream realm and boost your abilities." As I take it, the stone seems to pulse with an inner light. "It's beautiful," I murmur. "But how does it work?" "It's attuned to your psychic energy," Daniel explains. "Wear it when you sleep, and it'll act as a focus for your power. But be careful, it also makes you more visible to the entity." I slip the pendant around my neck, feeling its weight settle against my chest. "Thank you, Daniel, for everything." He smiles, but there's a sadness in his eyes. I wish I could go with you, face this thing together." I reach out, squeezing his hand. "You've done more than enough. You've prepared me, trained me. Now it's my turn to finish this." Daniel takes a deep breath, visibly composing himself. "All right, let's go over the plan one more time." For the next hour, we meticulously review every detail. The incantation to draw the entity out, the visualization techniques to shape the dream environment, the emergency protocols if things go wrong. As we finish, I can't help but ask the question that's been gnawing at me. "Daniel, what if I fail?" He's quiet for a long moment before answering. "Then I wake you up. No matter what, I promised I wouldn't let you end up like Mike. But Lily..." He pauses, meeting my eyes. "I don't think you will fail. You have a strength in you that I've never seen before. You can do this." His confidence bolsters me, but the weight of responsibility is still crushing. "I've left notes," I say quietly, explaining everything, just in case. "Don't think like that," Daniel interrupts. "Focus on the task at hand. You're going to wake up tomorrow and we're going to celebrate our victory." I nod, trying to believe it. We spend the next few hours in quiet preparation. I meditate, focusing on my breathing, centering myself. Daniel prepares the dream amplifier and sets up monitoring equipment. As the first light of dawn begins to creep through the windows, we know it's time. "Remember," Daniel says as I lie down on the couch, electrodes attached to my temples. "You're not alone in there. I'll be monitoring you every step of the way. If things get too dangerous, I'll pull you out." I take a deep breath, clutching the dreamstone pendant. "Okay, I'm ready." Daniel starts the incantation, his voice low and rhythmic. As I feel myself slipping into the dream state, I hear his final words. "Good luck, Lily. Come back to us." The world fades away, replaced by the swirling mists of the dream realm. In the distance, I can already feel the entity's presence, a malevolent pressure at the edges of my consciousness. This is it. The final battle. Everything I've learned, everything I've prepared for, comes down to this moment. As I stride forward into the mist, I silently vow to end this nightmare once and for all. For Mike, for Daniel, for everyone whose dreams are at risk. The entity wants a fight? I'll give it one. It'll never forget. The dreamscape materializes around me, a desolate wasteland of twisted shadows and impossible geometries. The air itself seems to pulse with malevolent energy. In the distance, a towering mass of writhing darkness looms, its countless eyes blinking in and out of existence. I steel myself, clutching the dreamstone pendant. "I'm here," I shout, my voice echoing strangely in this realm. "Face me, you coward." The entity's response is immediate and terrifying. The ground beneath my feet begins to shift and buckle. Tendrils of shadow shoot towards me from all directions. I focus my will, remembering Daniel's training. A shield of pure light springs into existence around me, deflecting the entity's initial assault. "Impressive, little dreamer." A voice like breaking glass and screaming wind fills my mind. "But futile. You cannot hope to defeat me in my own realm." The entity coalesces into a more definite form, a nightmarish amalgamation of teeth, claws, and eyes. It towers over me, blocking out what passes for sky in this twisted dreamscape. I stand my ground, channeling my power through the dreamstone. This isn't just your realm anymore. You've invaded our world, our minds, and I'm here to stop you. The entity's laughter shakes the very fabric of the dream. Stop me, foolish child. I am eternal. I have devoured countless minds across eons. You are nothing but a mote of dust to me. It lashes out, a massive tendril of darkness smashing through my light shield. I'm sent flying, pain lancing through my dream body. As I struggle to my feet, I hear Daniel's voice, faint but clear. Remember, Lily, it's your dream too. Shape it. Control it. I close my eyes, concentrating. The barren landscape begins to shift, transforming into a familiar cityscape. Seattle, my home. I draw strength from the familiar surroundings, feeling my power grow. You want to play games? The entity hisses. Very well. The city warps and twists, buildings melting into grotesque shapes. People appear on the streets, their faces masks of terror as the entity begins to feed on their dream essence. Stop, I cry out, knowing these are just dream constructs but feeling their pain nonetheless. This is what I am, the entity gloats. This is what I do. You opened the door, little dreamer. You gave me access to this feast. Guilt and anger war within me. No, I growl. I won't let you hurt anyone else. I focus all my will, all my training into a single concentrated blast of psychic energy. It strikes the entity dead center, and for a moment, its form wavers. Impossible, it screeches. How dare you? But I press my advantage, launching assault after assault. Each strike is fueled by my determination to protect the waking world, to save Mike, to redeem myself for my mistake. The entity fights back viciously. The dream world becomes a chaotic battlefield, reality reshaping itself with each exchange. I'm battered, drained, but I refuse to give up. As our battle reaches a fever pitch, I realize a terrible truth. I can't destroy this thing. It's too ancient, too powerful. But perhaps I can bind it, trap it within my own psyche. Daniel, I call out, hoping he can hear me. I know what I have to do. I don't wait for a response. Summoning every ounce of strength I have left, I open myself to the entity. You want to feed? Then feed on me. The entity hesitates for a split second, surprised. Then with a triumphant roar, it surges towards me. Pain unlike anything I've ever experienced engulfs me as the entity begins to merge with my consciousness. I scream, every fiber of my being crying out in agony. But even as it consumes me, I fight to maintain control. I envision chains, barriers, a prison within the deepest recesses of my mind. You will never hurt anyone else, I grit out. You're mine now. The entity howls in rage as it realizes the trap, but it's too late. Our essences are intertwined, and I use every technique Daniel taught me to lock it away. As the dream world begins to fade, the last thing I hear is the entity's voice, now a part of me. This isn't over, little dreamer. You cannot hold me forever. Then darkness claims me, and I know no more. I float in a void, neither fully asleep nor awake. The entity's presence thrums within me, a constant pressure against the mental barriers I've erected. I don't know how long I've been here. Time seems meaningless in this liminal space. Suddenly, I hear a familiar voice cutting through the darkness. Lily, Lily, can you hear me? Please, you have to wake up. Daniel. His voice is a lifeline, and I cling to it desperately. With monumental effort, I force my eyes open. The cabin swims into focus, and I see Daniel's worried face hovering over me. Oh, thank God, he breathes, relief evident in his voice. I thought I'd lost you. I try to speak, but my throat is dry and raw. Daniel helps me sit up, pressing a glass of water to my lips. As I drink, I become aware of a dull, throbbing pain throughout my entire body. How long was I out? I managed to croak. Daniel's expression is grim. 3 days. I was about to break my promise and call for help. The events of the confrontation come rushing back, and I instinctively clutch at my head. It's here, Daniel. Inside me. I couldn't destroy it, so I took it into myself. His eyes widen in shock and horror. Lily, do you have any idea how dangerous that is? The entity could... I know, I interrupt, but it was the only way. I've trapped it, locked it away in the deepest part of my mind, but I don't know how long I can hold it. Daniel runs a hand through his disheveled hair, pacing the small room. This is unprecedented. I've never heard of anyone successfully containing an entity like this before. I can feel the creature stirring within me, testing the boundaries of its prison. It's still so strong, I whisper. It wants out. Daniel kneels beside me, taking my hands in his. Listen to me, Lily. What you've done is incredibly brave, but also incredibly risky. We need to find a way to extract the entity safely, to destroy it once and for all. I shake my head, wincing at the movement. No, you don't understand. This is the only way to keep it contained. If we try to remove it... I trail off, the implications too horrifying to voice. Understanding dawns in Daniel's eyes. You're sacrificing yourself, he says softly. Becoming a living prison. Tears well up in my eyes. I don't have a choice. It's the only way to keep everyone safe. Daniel stands abruptly, anger and frustration clear on his face. There has to be another way. I won't let you martyr yourself like this. Like your sister did? The words slip out before I can stop them. Daniel freezes, pain etched across his features. That was different. Was it? I ask gently. She faced the entity to protect others, didn't she? Just like I'm doing now. He slumps back down, defeat replacing anger. I can't lose you too, Lily. Not after everything we've been through. I reach out, cupping his face in my hand. You're not losing me. I'm still here. And as long as I am, this thing can't hurt anyone else. We sit in silence for a long moment, the weight of my sacrifice hanging heavy in the air. Finally, Daniel speaks, his voice thick with emotion. What do you need from me? I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what comes next. Help me learn to live with this. Teach me how to keep it contained, how to function with this thing inside me. And promise me, I grip his hand tightly. Promise me that if I ever lose control, if the entity starts to break free, you'll do whatever it takes to stop it, even if that means stopping me. Daniel's eyes meet mine, filled with a mixture of admiration, sorrow, and resolve. I promise, he says solemnly. As we begin to plan our next steps, I can feel the entity roiling within me, a constant reminder of the burden I now carry. But I also feel a sense of purpose, of righteous determination. I've made my sacrifice, and I'll bear it for as long as I have to keep the world safe from this nightmare. The battle may be over, but the war has just begun. Weeks have passed since the confrontation, and I find myself standing at the window of Daniel's cabin, staring out at the forest. The entity within me is quiet for now, but I can always feel its presence, like a shadow at the edge of my consciousness. Lily? Daniel's voice breaks through my reverie. How are you feeling today? I turn to face him, forcing a smile. Better, I think. The meditation techniques you taught me seem to be helping. Daniel nods, relief evident in his eyes. That's good. You're making remarkable progress. As he busies himself with preparing tea, I can't help but ponder our situation. We've been holed up in this cabin for weeks, working tirelessly to strengthen my mental barriers and develop new techniques to keep the entity at bay. But a nagging question persists. Daniel, I begin hesitantly, do you think we really won? He pauses, kettle in hand, and looks at me quizzically. What do you mean? I sink into a chair at the small kitchen table. I mean, yes, we stopped the entity from manifesting in the real world. We saved Mike and countless others, but I gesture vaguely at myself. Is this really a victory? Daniel sits across from me, his expression thoughtful. You contained a threat that has existed for millennia, Lily. You did something no one else has ever managed to do. I'd call that a victory. But at what cost? I counter. I can feel it inside me, Daniel. Always there, always pushing. Some days it takes everything I have just to keep it locked away, and I'm terrified of what might happen if I slip, even for a moment. He reaches across the table, taking my hand in his. I know it's hard, but you're stronger than you realize. You've already proven that. I squeeze his hand, grateful for his support. I wonder if there was another way, if I made the right choice. The right choice? A new voice interjects, cold and mocking. I stiffen, recognizing it immediately. The entity. Daniel sees the change in my expression. Lily, what's wrong? I hold up a hand, signaling him to wait. In my mind, I address the entity directly. You're not welcome here. Go back to your prison. The entity's laughter echoes in my thoughts. Prison? Oh, my dear little dreamer, you still don't understand, do you? This isn't a prison, it's an incubator. Fear grips me as I process its words. What are you talking about? Did you really think you could contain me forever? It sneers. Every moment I spend within you, I grow stronger, I learn, and when the time is right, I will emerge, more powerful than ever before. I clench my fists, fighting to maintain control. I won't let that happen. I'll find a way to destroy you, once and for all. You can try, the entity replies, its voice fading. But remember, any harm you do to me, you do to yourself. How much are you willing to sacrifice, I wonder? As its presence recedes, I become aware of Daniel shaking me gently. Lily, talk to me. What happened? I look at him, my eyes wide with fear. It spoke to me, Daniel. The entity. It said this isn't over, that it's using me to grow stronger. Daniel's face pales. That's not possible. We've taken every precaution. What if it's right? I interrupt, my voice trembling. What if, by trapping it inside me, I've just given it exactly what it wanted? A direct connection to our world, a human host to feed on and learn from. Daniel stands abruptly, pacing the small kitchen. We need to reevaluate everything, run more tests, strengthen the barriers. But as I watch him frantically outlining new plans and precautions, a chilling thought occurs to me. What if our perceived victory was just the beginning of a much longer, more dangerous game? What if, in our desperation to stop the immediate threat, we've set in motion something far worse? I close my eyes, feeling the weight of the entity's presence within me. The battle may be over, but the war, it seems, has only just begun. And I'm no longer sure if I'm the jailer or the prisoner in this twisted scenario. As Daniel continues to strategize, I make a silent vow. Whatever it takes, whatever the cost, I will find a way to end this. For real this time. Because the alternative, a world at the mercy of this entity, with me as its unwitting incubator, is too horrifying to contemplate. The question remains, is this truly a victory, or just the eye of the storm? It's been 3 months since the confrontation with the entity, and the world around me feels different. Muted somehow, as if I'm experiencing everything through a thin veil. I stand at the window of my apartment, watching the Seattle rain create rivulets on the glass. Even this familiar sight seems alien now. A knock at the door startles me from my reverie. It's Daniel, his face etched with concern as I let him in. How are you holding up, Lily? He asks, studying me intently. I shrug, attempting a smile that doesn't quite reach my eyes. I'm managing. The nightmares aren't as frequent now. Daniel nods, but I can see he's not entirely convinced. And the entity? Any communication from it lately? I shake my head. Not since that day in the cabin. It's quiet, but I can still feel it, like a weight in the back of my mind. We move to the living room, sitting on opposite ends of the couch. The distance between us feels both physical and metaphorical, a reminder of how much has changed. I've been doing more research, Daniel says, pulling out a weathered notebook. Looking into cases of psychic possession, symbiotic entities, anything that might help us understand what's happening to you. I lean forward, curious despite my weariness. And? Did you find anything useful? He hesitates, which immediately puts me on edge. Daniel, what is it? There's a theory, he begins slowly, that in cases like yours, the host and the entity eventually merge. The words hit me like a physical blow. Merge? What does that mean exactly? Daniel runs a hand through his hair, a gesture I've come to recognize as a sign of his frustration. It's not entirely clear. Some sources suggest a complete absorption of one consciousness by the other. Others describe it more as a blending, two beings becoming one new entity. I stand abruptly, pacing the room as I try to process this information. So you're saying I might cease to be me? That this thing could take over completely? Or you could take over it, Daniel counters. The texts aren't clear on which consciousness typically dominates. It could be that your will is strong enough to subsume the entity entirely. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. And what if it's not? What if I'm not strong enough? God, Daniel, I feel like I'm losing pieces of myself already. Colors seem wrong, food tastes different. Even my memories feel distorted somehow. Daniel stands, moving to place his hands on my shoulders. Listen to me, Lily. You are the strongest person I know. You've already done the impossible by containing this entity. If anyone can beat this, it's you. I want to believe him, but doubt gnaws at me. And if I can't? If I become something else? What then? The silence that follows is heavy with unspoken fears. Finally, Daniel speaks, his voice barely above a whisper. Then I'll do what I promised. Whatever it takes to stop the entity from harming others. Even if that means... He can't finish the sentence, but he doesn't need to. We both know what's at stake. I turn away, moving back to the window. The rain has stopped and a weak sun is trying to break through the clouds. It should be beautiful, but to my altered perceptions, it just looks wrong somehow. I don't know how much longer I can do this, Daniel, I admit quietly. Living in this in-between state, never sure if my thoughts are fully my own. Sometimes I think it would be easier to just let go, to stop fighting. Lily, no, Daniel says firmly, joining me at the window. That's the entity talking, not you. You can't give up. I look at him, really look at him, and for a moment I see him as I used to. My mentor, my friend, the one person who understands what I'm going through. But then the moment passes, and he's once again slightly out of focus like everything else in my world. I won't give up. I promise. As much to myself as to him. But I need you to promise me something too. Anything, he says without hesitation. Promise me that you'll remember who I was, who I am, no matter what happens. No matter what I might become, don't forget the real me. Daniel's eyes shine with unshed tears as he nods. I promise, Lily. Always. As we stand there looking out at a world that feels increasingly alien to me, I can't shake the feeling that this aftermath is just the beginning of something much bigger. The real test, the real battle is still to come, and I'm no longer sure if I'm prepared for it. A year has passed since my confrontation with the entity. The world around me has settled into what I can only describe as a new normal, a reality where the boundaries between dreams and waking life have become permanently blurred. I sit in a small cafe, sipping a coffee that tastes like shadows and watching people pass by outside. Some of them flicker at the edges, their forms momentarily indistinct before solidifying again. I've learned not to react to these visions anymore. Penny, for your thoughts? I look up to see Daniel sliding into the seat across from me. He looks tired, the weight of our shared secret etched in the lines around his eyes. Just observing, I reply, gesturing vaguely at the window. Daniel nods, understanding without needing further explanation. Any changes? I consider for a moment. The blending is progressing. It's getting harder to distinguish between my thoughts and its thoughts. Sometimes I'm not sure who's who anymore. A flash of concern crosses Daniel's face, quickly masked. But you're still you, Lily. You're still in control. Am I? I wonder silently. Aloud, I say, most of the time, yes, but there are moments. I trail off, remembering the incident last week when I found myself standing in my kitchen, a knife in hand, with no memory of how I got there, or what I intended to do with it. I don't share this with Daniel. He worries enough as it is. Have you been keeping up with the exercises we discussed? Daniel asks, pulling out a notebook. I nod. Meditation twice daily, dream walking practice every night. I've even started a dream journal, trying to map out the entity's influence. Good, Daniel says approvingly. And how about your day-to-day life? Are you still attending your classes? A wry smile twists my lips. Ironically, I'm excelling in my psychology courses. It seems having an ancient psychic parasite in your head gives you some unique insights into the human mind. Daniel doesn't laugh. Lily, you need to be careful. If anyone suspects... I know, I interrupt. Don't worry. I'm not planning on publishing Living with an Eldritch Horror, a case study anytime soon. My attempt at humor falls flat. Daniel leans forward, his voice low and urgent. This isn't a joke, Lily. We still don't fully understand what this entity is capable of, or what its long-term effects on you might be. I sigh, the weight of our situation settling over me once again. I know, Daniel. Believe me, I know. But what else can I do? I can't just stop living my life. This is my new normal now. As if on cue, the world around us shimmers slightly, reality rippling like the surface of a disturbed pond. No one else in the cafe seems to notice. I've grown used to these momentary slips between worlds. Daniel reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. We'll figure this out, Lily. We'll find a way to separate you from the entity without destroying me in the process. I finish for him. The unspoken fear that's been hanging between us for months. He nods, unable to meet my eyes. I pull my hand away gently. And what if we can't, Daniel? What if this is just who I am now? A human entity hybrid, forever straddling the line between two worlds? Daniel opens his mouth to respond, but I cut him off. No, don't answer that. I'm not sure I want to know. We sit in silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts. Around us, the cafe bustles with normal life, people laughing, talking, completely unaware of the cosmic horror sitting in their midst. As I watch them, I feel a stirring in the back of my mind. The entity, awakening from its slumber. Its thoughts brush against mine, no longer entirely alien. In this moment, I'm not sure if that's a comfort or a terror. This is my new normal. A life balanced on the knife edge between humanity and something other. As I finish my coffee, which now tastes normal again, I wonder how long I can maintain this precarious equilibrium. But for now, in this moment, I'm still Lily, still human, still fighting. And for now, that has to be enough. Never be the same.